States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The first thing on our agenda this morning is a consent agenda. There's approval of the minutes from December 17th, approve payroll, approve vouchers, approve and allow chair to sign petitions for inclusion for the Northwest Rural Water District, approve ad for travel council and predator management boards, approve and sign financial disclosure statements pursuant to Wyoming statute 65118, approve and allow chair to sign letter of support for TCT West broadband funding from BEAD.
Madam Chair, I move to approve consent agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next thing on the commissioner's agenda is election of officers for 2025.
Madam Chair, sort of torn here, and I certainly have appreciated the extra work that you did as chair for the commission here in the last few years. The part where I'm torn on is more of, we would like to hear your vote a little bit more. You were voted in and you haven't really had much of a chance to vote in this unless we had a tie, and sometimes we created a tie just for you to vote. I know that some of the other commissioners are concerned there's some projects coming up. But I think that there's always going to be major projects coming up. So I would like to see Commissioner Teal actually take the reins. And I think that he understands the job, certainly as many years as he's been a commissioner. And I think that his work with the state and such has allowed him to give more insight to help us out as well. So I think that he has been with us for long enough to understand the chairmanship, and I would nominate Commissioner Teal to be the chair, and also for Commissioner Wilberfield to be the vice chair for this next year.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I could, I would accept the nomination. However, I do want to be very well known that there's no way in hell I can do as well a job as you have. You've done an excellent job. And I would really hope that in the future that we can work together and you can help me as much as you have. Earlier, I never had enough time. My son moved home. I do have a little more time. I do know that you spend a lot of extra additional time. And now that Rob is fully retired, I'd like to see you be able to spend a little more time in personal life outside of the commissioner. So traditionally, we've always rotated the chairmanship before you and I, and even after when you and I, trying to believe we're the old parts up here now. And I'd like to really kind of get back to that. I thought it was a very good tradition. That way everybody kind of gets the idea of how much work you have done. I think some of us don't realize how much you do. And I'd like to see that rotate back the way we don't really necessarily have a set of bylaws per se. The commissioners have to follow. But traditionally, I think it was a good thing, where everybody understood what it takes to run the county, not just one person doing it all like you've done, and greatly appreciated. Don't get me wrong. So with that, I'm going to leave it up to anyone else wants.
Madam Chair, again, thank you for all your hard work and nothing against Lloyd. I think you do a great job. I do kind of feel that the chairwoman would be a great position right now because of our transition with our new employees and new commissioners, and I mean, again, nothing against you, Lloyd. I think I'd like to see Dawson continue, but at the same time, I totally agree with what you're saying as far as rotating and getting that going. So that's just kind of where I'm at with that.
And if I could, Madam Chair, traditionally, the vice chair has moved into the chair and we reelect a new vice chair. If you would like to be chair,
No,
I
no,
would be more
No.
than happy. I want to give
No.
Dossie some time off and I
Sure.
want to start that rotation again because there's never going to be a perfect time.
sure. And as far as me, no, I've got too much on my plate as much as I'd like to. I mean, I was chairman of the Search and Rescue Council for 16 years and really enjoyed it, but I just right now with so many things going on, so.
Madam Chair, since I'm the new commissioner here, I'm going to defer to the colleagues, but I will say Chair Overfield has been supremely helpful to me in navigating through the election cycle, learning all of the stuff that I've had to learn. And so I've greatly appreciated that. And in my background, I've always seen it be like the vice chair then moves to the chair. And so I don't know, Lloyd, what office are you? I don't know if there's
I
different
don't have
offices, like, is there treasurer, secretary?
No.
None of that, it's
Chair and
just
vice
chair and
chair.
vice chair. Okay,
And Scott was vice chair.
He has been vice chair.
Lloyd
has been, okay. Yeah, and so I don't have a strong preference because I haven't served yet, but that's my 2 cents. So I will defer to Commissioner Stewart and Commissioner Mangle.
But I had a motion.
And you have a motion.
The other input.
I would agree with Scott. This is a tough one. It really is.
Any other discussion? Have a motion on the floor for Commissioner Teal to be chairman and Overfield to be vice chair. Oh, that's true. Sorry. Is there a second?
Second.
Now I have a motion and a second.
This would be a strange one if you have to break the tie.
Holy buckets. Okay. Have a motion for Commissioner Teal to be chair and Commissioner Overfield to be vice chair. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I
Those opposed?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Dossie.
Vote against, Lloyd. I'm gonna vote against. the motion. So that motion fails. Need another motion.
Madam Chair, I would nominate Chairwoman Overfield.
I'll second that motion and then Commissioner Stewart, would you be amenable to making Commissioner Teal vice chair?
I would.
So can I amend your motion to have,
I accept it.
Are
You're okay with that? So if that,
it's a nomination. so
right.
I'm gonna nominate, no. Madam Chair, are you done?
Trying to figure out the whole motion. So the
So I
motion
amended
is for
his.
Overfield for chair and Teal for vice chair. Correct?
but that motion doesn't have a second.
I thought you-
I amended his motion.
Right.
And
Final
so,
motion would be Oakfield chairman and Commissioner Deal as vice chair.
Right.
Final.
that needs a second.
Second.
Second again?
I motioned it.
No, Scott,
Well, I amended his motion, so someone has to
And he
second my motion.
accepted it, so the motion stands,
right,
So
because he accepted.
then anyone can second.
So can I second it? Since I
He
amended the
did
motion?
second it by accepting your amendment to that motion.
no,
Did he not?
no.
We need a parliamentarian.
Original motion here, offer of an amendment, accepted, now there needs to be a second.
That's how I
Do I have a second for the motion?
Now, who,
But the amender can second.
I can second my own motion. Okay, I'll
You
second.
did-
I made a
it's
motion.
His motion, you offered.
amendment?
An amendment.
Okay, so I'll second.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. And that motion is for Overfield for chair and Deal for vice chair, correct? Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What are you doing to me here? Anyone opposed?
No,
I, no,
see, you finally get to vote.
This is not how this is supposed to. I'm gonna vote in favor of it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to nominate Scott Stewart as chair.
No, that motion passed. I voted in favor of it.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, passed.
Yeah, right. I apologize, sorry. So I didn't hear you vote.
Oh, I did say,
Okay,
I moved over here so you could hear me.
That's the most you voted in a long time.
That's true, true. And one of the harder decisions to make in a long time.
Madam Chair, these offices are renewed every annually.
Yes, January, yes, usually. Yes. Okay,
well, Madam Chair, I just do want to say thank you for your service and what you've done. And I do fairly strongly think that the other commissioners don't, I shouldn't say don't realize what you can do. But I think I really like the tradition of rotating the chairmanship so that everybody knows what's,
I understand.
it forces you to become more educated on the system.
right, I understand. I think part of my reasoning, Commissioner Teal, is the fact that we do have new staff and new commissioners, which we'll have every couple of years, but working with Kelly C, as we're gonna get used to this, Kelly C and Kelly S, has been rougher.
You're not going anywhere, you're still here.
No, true, that's true, but that was part of
Okay.
my thought process. So, getting through that one,
Liaison.
we'll go into the liaison positions for 25. I'm assuming that the existing commissioners, knowing that would be on the agenda, have looked through what they are assigned to currently. We can go down through them very quickly. We know that the positions that Commissioner Livingston was holding will be changed, whether those go to Kelly S or whether we, how we handle those. So let's get started. Regional Airport, Commissioner Stewart, you okay?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess one of the things I would like to see when we talk about these is I'm on the CY Air
Mhm.
and the airport board.
Mhm.
I would like to see myself lose one of those.
Okay.
Just because of it's kind of a strange relationship between the whole thing.
Okay,
So I'm okay with I'm okay with the regional airport board. I would like to, so I'll take a yes on that one.
okay. We'll move on down through and see
Yeah.
what we get. Okay. The Dam Visitor Center. I don't think that's one that meets real often, but I probably shouldn't word it that way. Buffalo Bill Dam Visitor Center. Anybody interested in that one?
That was the one that Commissioner Lee or Commissioner
Yes.
Livingston was on, and
Yes.
it's on, didn't we look and see it was on, I don't have that piece of
It
paper.
has the third Tuesday at 10 o'clock is what they were doing. I don't know if that's what they're still doing, but
So we can't really attend that.
but they have you, they would have that person as a liaison. If they have any issues, they can bring them to you to bring to the commissioners.
I can take that one.
Fair Advisory Board, Commissioner Mangold and I share. You okay with continuing?
It's so much fun.
Historic Preservation Commission, Scott? Scott Stewart, they don't meet very often.
Which one?
Historic
Oh,
Preservation
yeah,
Commission,
I've never, well, I did. I have met with them a couple times, but
Yes.
yeah, I'm fine with that.
okay. Commissioner Mangold and I do share library board. You okay there? Commissioner? Okay. And Kelly, if there's any of these that you prefer, let us know.
Okay.
Just because we've had them doesn't mean we need to stay there.
Right.
Museum board, I'm fine staying there. If somebody else wants it. Commissioner Mangold, Parks and Rec.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Park County Public Health Officer, this is the liaison with us and, okay. Park County Travel Council, if it's okay, I'd like to pick that one up for this year. If that works for everybody. Okay, Weed and Pest, Commissioner?
Unless somebody wants it, no, I'm fine.
Matitza Local Planning Area, I have put a line through, and the reason I've done that is at this time, through the new regulations, there will not be one. They will be done through the same local thing as the others, so if that's okay, we won't do anything with it right now.
Yeah, if nothing, I was actually gonna suggest it make more sense for Commissioner Stewart to take that really simply, but you don't do it, kind of like the historic one. But
Yeah.
If we're gonna eliminate it, then that just works just as well.
Okay. All right, yeah, that's my understanding from planning and zoning. Predator management,
And I'm fine on that if that's,
and so CY Air, it meets at 8 o'clock. What is that, Thursday mornings?
So,
I can take that one if Commissioner Stewart
Okay.
doesn't.
Okay. Then we'll get back into the county committee appointments, Basin Authority.
fine.
Commissioner Stewart, okay, and the Cody Shooting Complex,
Yep, now that I got a key.
now you have a key. Okay, court supervised treatment. I had talked to Commissioner Simone on that one, he says, okay. Forward Cody, I can keep, it's fine. Health and wellness, I'd also, that's the health committee here. Either way, I can do that one, or, and if you want to take the other one that's really not on this list with Healthy Park County.
Okay.
That would probably be. Okay, so I will keep the insurance committee and the TC Visitor Center, Commissioner Teal. or do you want-
similar to the other one. I mean, this is one that I've went to a couple meetings and basically because I'm the farthest commissioner from them, I asked them that if they want me there, let me know ahead of time. They keep me in the loop as emails. If you want to take that,
Yeah, I can take that.
that would be good. Okay.
That's- Powell Economic Partner, I've picked that up.
Yeah, that's the issue with that. I would take it, but it's in the morning.
It's at 7 o'clock on
Yeah,
Tuesdays.
while I'm working.
Yeah.
So,
Anybody else? I know you don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll continue to do that one then. It's all right. Cody Urban Systems is fine. They don't even meet quarterly, basically. Powell Urban Systems, same story.
Yeah.
Okay. WCCA Board, I've picked that one up. I need to tell you guys about a board meeting yesterday. And Healthy Park County, which is not on this list, but we are kind of a liaison on that group because of the grant running through Park County. So we've been following that one and just keeping track of the grant. So it's not on there, but
It's what?
Healthy Park County.
And you are,
We're gonna
Kelly
let
is.
Kelly do it. They do things throughout the community on that statewide grant on a 2-year rotation to work on health issues in the county. Shoshone National Forest was Lee and Lloyd.
it's not necessarily a two-person deal, but it has been in the past because we both had the interest. I'm fine if somebody else wants to come along with. I'm open.
When does it meet?
Really not a
When they
whole lot.
ask.
We just, if there's an issue, we go to them, or if they usually come to the chairman anyway, but if they have an issue, they come to one of us.
Right.
We're like the contact person. If there's something coming up that we know of, a project or something, then whether it's BLM or Forest Service or Wilson, we usually we're the person that reaches out to them and makes contact.
Okay.
That's basically all it is. We do meet, try to twice a year, once
call
here,
us.
once there, but that's as a group.
Okay,
So,
I'll do it with you.
and then if you hear something, let me know, or vice versa. And we always try to keep all the commissioners in the same loop, but.
Okay.
That's projects.
Yellowstone National Park.
Madam Chair, I would kind of like to take that on, but
Okay.
yet kind of not, but because Lloyd kind of, or not, or excuse me, Commissioner Livingston's got me kind of taking over his reign with the bear stuff.
thing.
And so I think that's kind of works hand in hand with some of that.
Do you want to share it? And I'd share it with you if you can't make it?
yeah.
Okay, let's do it that way then. If you can't, let me know.
Sure.
BLM, Lloyd, you and I have been doing that one for a while. Anybody else have any interest? And that again, that's just one when they call, it's kind of like the Forest Service. Okay. Are we missing any? Anybody think of anything else that I've been doing the library construction, which hopefully we're winding up this year.
Madam
So
Chair, can we get an updated list? maybe?
yes,
Okay.
Kelly will be updating it for us and then what we might do too is contact most of them and make sure that we have a full understanding of when they meet. So that if there is a conflict, we'll know about it. For the most part, I think we're okay. Okay, anything else on board liaison positions? Kelly, again, that's when you can make it, and if you can't, just let them
Let
know.
someone know. Okay.
If they have issues, they can bring them to you. Designation of official newspaper. I'd like to start this by saying we have had some issues throughout the last year. Over the past couple of years, we've had a kind of an agreement with the Al Tribune and the Cody Enterprise that they were each doing kind of a 50% charge with us. That's not realistic for them at this time. And so they'd like us to review that process. I've had conversations with the county clerk about how the bills have been coming in and they're not very equal. So my thought process is that maybe because we spend so much money, I'm talking thousands every month, and these are just in the legal notices. So it's the minutes and the tax reports, those kinds of things where they put in legal notices. I'd like to kind of ask each newspaper to just give us a price on how they're going to charge it for the year. And we don't have to make a decision today. And we can decide to do both. We can decide to do one for a year. We can make those decisions. But I think we need to know more about what the price is going to be if we're going to go away from the 50-50 deal.
Madam Chair, I agree with you. And I also think we need to consider our procurement policy. How much do we spend with newspapers every year?
Well, it
It's over
depends.
50,000, I'm assuming.
Well, but that's not all legals. That's all. I mean, we do ads, don't count in that.
Well, advertisements for boards, I understand that, but just
For
even the
employment.
legal of printing our minutes, we're
Right.
probably pushing to the, are we, do you
3,000
know
to
if we're over?
4,000 a month.
Yeah, about 3,000.
Here's a list of.
My point is, I think we need to follow our own rules
Mhm.
and put it out to them and say, bid this. We're gonna go with one paper.
Well,
We still have loopholes with our own procurement, but I mean, we need to follow what we're requesting everybody, all our departments to do.
Okay.
And and therefore, I mean, just because, I'm gonna pick it up. If Cody Enterprise comes in half the price of Palo Tribune, but we can still look in our procurement policy. We don't have to take the low bidder, but we should be at least shopping.
okay. And we may do both depending on how
And
the
we may.
prices come in. Okay. Okay. Is
Yeah.
everybody? okay?
Madam Chair, just a quick note that the last time that we discussed splitting it up or even taking one, they came in a unified presentation and said that we are getting a special deal because of these two newspapers being a part of it. And that's what we agreed
Right.
to. But now the enterprise has changed that by charging us more. And I think WPA, the Press Association, tries to talk about this unified thing, especially Powell Cody, with two different newspapers in the same county. And so we'll see if just put out the presentation and see if they come back with another idea, whether they want to split up or not, or if they want to come back, but we don't want to keep paying the same price to the enterprise that we're which is more expensive for
Yeah.
less red newspaper that the Powell Tribune has. So if
Okay.
we just put out our thoughts and our ideas, maybe they'll come back.
Okay, and when we do that, we can list this statute 18.3.518 that actually spells out exactly how they're required to do it through statute as far as size of font and that type of thing. So they are equal bids. We know that they have to follow that statute for the legals. They don't on the want ads or employment ads, but they do on the legals.
And Madam Chair, rough estimate, I think we're gonna be slightly under that. So we're gonna be between the 10 and 15, so we may not need to do an official advertisement but it does require us to get a minimum of 3 quotes,
There's only 2 newspapers.
if possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll just get one from each of them. They have to be a
Exactly.
newspaper of general circulation.
So we don't have to advertise,
No.
no, for a bid.
Okay, we will get a letter out.
If you get a chance, Kelly, you might look at our procurement
Procurement
policy. It helps as we spend money. That's kind of our job here, is holding the purse strings or trying to.
We'll see if we can get those quotes back by the 21st, so we can make a decision then if we have them back in. Okay. Kelly, we can try to get a letter out. Okay. Okay, I think we have a break. And then we have a public hearing at 10:50.
You what?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
have a seat.
You?
I was in bed by 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I haven't seen one.
Somebody
in a
said, well,
long
then you,
time.
then you should have been able, with the 2 hour difference, you should have been able to see the ball drop. I said, actually, I went to bed a little before 10. So I shut the TV off at like 9:45, so no, I didn't even see the ball drop.
I know, so close.
Okay, I gotta find this.
Hang behind us. Sorry, there we go.
Mine's in order.
We're not a couple minutes yet, but
Mine's not in order.
We are earlier than I thought. Okay.
go, go back up to
It's
the.
okay. 3 minutes.
Can't beat that. When you get one that
That's a
falls
lot
in
to
your
go
lap.
through, right?
It's not See the liaison list. Everybody ready? And we're up, Kelly? Okay. Next thing on our agenda, Jenny Kramer, Erica, with Park County Planning and Zoning, public hearing on Bar E SUP number 262.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to mention that the applicant, something that's not in the staff report, but we would like to ask you to consider is that the applicant would like to be able to start operation of the existing residence as soon as she can. And then if this is approved, and then she would like up to 3 years to be able to construct the other 2 cabins and put them to use. So I just wanted to set that in your minds before I summarize the findings for you.
And under normal circumstances, isn't it a 1 year on an SUP? or-
Normally, it's a 1
Okay.
year unless if you are okay with, I mean, you can approve it for,
Rotate.
a
Madam
different
Chair,
time.
but as long as they start, I believe it's 1 year
To get
from the
started.
start, not completion.
Well,
Is
that
it?
with the building permit, it's complete or it's starting, but with an SUP, it's actually putting it to use, I believe.
When it
So
would be in use.
if it's been
partially.
constructed, partially, yes, yes. Well, and we just wanted you to think about that as we go
Oh, you
through
did?
this, and then
Okay.
we have some
Okay.
recommended conditions to add that you can consider if you want to approve that, but yeah, it is up to you. Our standard is 1 year, but you can vary from that.
Okay.
Okay, so having said that, I'll go on to summarize the findings for you. On March 5th, 2024, Emily Hoffert, the applicant and landowner, submitted a special use application to request approval for a lodging business consisting of 1 existing residence and 2 newly constructed housing units, each to be used as short-term vacation rentals. The use is classified as a highway commercial business. The property is located approximately 2.2 miles southwest of the intersection of the Belfry Highway and County Road 1AB in Chief Joseph Estates. It's in the Clark planning area with an address of 19 Moccasin Trail. And it is located in a GR 20 acre, a general rural 20 acre zoning district where highway commercial businesses are allowed, providing an SUP is approved. Neighboring land uses are a mix of residential and residential vacant lands. Lands managed by BLM are located directly north and east of the subject property. The applicant provided a site plan and a site map showing existing and proposed site development, including the proposed layout of the cabins and infrastructure to serve the use. The applicant intends to use an existing 1,700 square foot 2-bedroom residence on the property as a rental for the proposed highway commercial business. The existing residence is served by a permitted small wastewater system, domestic water well, electric, and propane. North of the residence, there's a permitted detached garage and a permitted arena barn. And according to the county assessor records, there are 2 unpermitted sheds on the property that were built in 1999. However, the applicant stated the hay shed has been removed and the other structure is a 3-sided shelter on skids. The applicant proposes 2 new single-level cabins. The first cabin would be 544 square feet with 1 bedroom, 1 bath. And the second cabin would be 900 square feet with 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. Each cabin will have domestic water, electricity, propane for heat, and a septic system. The applicant states the maximum total occupancy for each of the rentals would be 9 people for the existing residents, 4 people in cabin 1 and 4 people in cabin 2. Legal notice requirements were met. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required, and they responded as follows. Beartooth Electric stated they currently serve power at the addresses of 19 and 23 Moccasin Trail and have the capacity to serve 2 additional residences at 19 Moccasin Trail. The treasurer stated property taxes are paid in full. DEQ summarized their requirements for various activities that may impact surface or groundwater. The Bighorn Basin Fire Inspector stated this is a residential property, therefore the state does not need to be involved. Game and Fish indicated they have no wildlife comments. Park County Weed and Pest is not requiring a long-term noxious weed management plan. The BLM stated a right-of-way permit is required for the use and has been applied for. Their timeline to process the application is typically 60 days. The road has other approved right-of-way authorization, and there is no known reason that they would deny the application. Park County Public Works reported that additional addresses can be obtained for the additional cabins by requesting an address assignment from them. The use is expected to cause an increase in traffic. However, it will not result in a change in classification for the county roadway. The applicant should participate in routine road maintenance efforts or any existing or future road maintenance associations related to Yellowknife and Moccasin Trail. And neither a geotech report or a drainage and erosion control plan will be required at this time. Clark's Fork Irrigation District defined the ditch easement, and they also addressed an existing bridge over the ditch on the property. Park County Fire Protection District 4 can provide volunteer fire and first responder medical protection to the property. Powell Clark's Fork Conservation District identified 2 primary soil types on the property. They are rated not limited and very limited due to slope for dwellings with or without basements and for small commercial buildings. And regarding septic tank absorption fields, one soil type was rated not limited and the other very limited. Those limitations are due to filtering capacity and slope. Both soil types are not considered prime farmland. Regarding public comments, 2 Clark residents submitted written comments in opposition to the proposed use initially. One resident feels the use is commercial and not compatible with the zoning intent in the area. And the other resident has concerns regarding traffic and road maintenance, as well as concerns that the use is not in harmony with the surrounding area. 2 Chief Joseph Estates residents commented during Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. One resident commented on the HOA dissolution. The dissolution of the HOA and the efforts of the landowner applicant has made to contribute to the neighborhood. The other resident commented that there are 2 other properties in the area that are already being rented. The Park County Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the special use permit application on April 10th and continued the hearing until May 8th, 2024, where they recommended approval with conditions. The applicant made statements of how compatibility will be achieved. The use is for a short-term lodging vacation rental business and is in harmony with surrounding land use and will have little impact on adjacent properties. The use will occur on the northeast corner of a 22-acre lot with BLM land on both sides. The closest neighbor will be the applicant owner, who will also be the manager of the rental business. Vacation rental use will have less impact on the area than full-time occupancy. Guests will be there to rest and enjoy the surrounding views. And house rules will state no parties involving outside guests and no disturbing noise to neighbors after 10 p.m. Staff discovered a recorded declaration of protective covenants and restrictions, which restrict commercial use, number of residences, and minimum square footage of dwellings on the property that could affect her proposed use. The applicant provided an HOA dissolution document, but it appears the remainder of the covenants are still in force. The applicant then provided a recorded affidavit of variance, though signed by a majority of the landowners in the Chief Joseph Estates, and staff seeks the board's review of the affidavit to determine if it is adequate to address the covenant restriction. Outdoor lighting is proposed, 2 lantern-style porch lights on each building, and lighting standards apply. Access is from Moccasin Trail, which is accessed by Yellowknife Trail, and from County Road 1AB. The applicant proposes using the existing well on the property to serve each of the rentals. A permit authorizing the enlargement of the existing well has been issued by the state engineer's office. Lab results of a water quality test showed the water well was safe because no coliform or E. coli was detected, and nitrogen, nitrates, lead, sodium, and total dissolved solids were detected at levels below maximum contaminant levels. The proposed use requires 10 parking spaces, and the applicant has identified ample parking to serve each rental. No signs are proposed. Solid waste disposal services are available through private companies. The proposed use is not located in an overlay district. No hazardous substances will be stored, handled, or disposed of on the site. Use is not expected to impact any lakes, reservoirs, or streams, wetlands, or air quality. Stream corridor standards have been met. Steep slope standards, wildlife standards, and designated scenic byway standards do not apply. Should the Board of County Commissioners choose to approve the special use permit for Bar E SUP 262, staff recommends the following conditions. And again, I'm going to add in, after condition 2, I'll add in two new conditions, providing you're okay with that, then you can choose to leave them or do as you see fit. Number 1, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall 1, provide sufficient evidence that covenants are no longer in force or have been changed, or 2, provide a notarized statement from the other landowners subject to the covenant stating they are not opposed to the proposed use. Number 2, prior to commencement of the use, the applicant shall provide evidence of a BLM right-of-way authorization to serve the use on the property. Number 3, phase 1, operation of existing residence as a short-term rental shall be commenced within 1 year of final approval of the SUP. If this phase is not completed within 1 year of final approval, SUP approval shall expire. Number 4, phase 2, which is the construction and operation of 1 one-bedroom cabin, 1 two-bedroom cabin, and small wastewater system to serve those as short-term rentals, shall be completed within 3 years of final approval of the SUP. If this phase is not completed within the allotted time, this phase of the SUP shall expire. However, phase 1, if completed, shall remain in force. Number 5, prior to commencement of phase 2, the applicant shall submit building permit applications for each unpermitted structure and each cabin to be constructed. Number 6, prior to commencement of phase 2, the applicant shall obtain an approved small wastewater system permit for the new septic system from the county or DEQ as applicable. Number 7, the applicant shall comply with Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations. Number 8, the applicant shall comply with county sign standards if applicable. And number 9, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development standards and regulations. So just one other note, Madam Chair, condition number 1, you may choose to leave, or if you feel that this has already been taken care of, that she is met the taken care of the covenant situation, you can choose to leave that or
Thank you.
not. Thank you.
This is,
Well, question for staff. And that was going to be one of my questions, was condition 1, basically is in the packets, it's been met, so that one really can be.
And that, yeah,
Could be.
that's what we asked that you would weigh in on.
And then circling back to the starting part, and you mentioned the building permit, which would be condition 3. As long as the building permit is purchased, if you will, or taken, there's not a completion date. It's just the building permit has to be I mean, you can take,
Well,
so if they started the foundation at some point before they, which they have to, or done the perk test, which you have to do that before. So as long as that part is started, she could take 3 years to complete. I mean, we've do SUPs that have a maximum number of employees or whatever, or maximum square footage, and they just can't go over that. And the holdup, if I understood, was the building permit.
well, they're kind of they're two separate things. The building permit, if they start, as long as they start construction within a year, they're good. It still has to be completed in 3 years.
3 years
The
on
building
a building
permit.
permit.
The septic actually has to, once the permit to construct has been approved, then they have a year to get it inspected. And we can, if people call us before that's happened and something has happened out of their control, we can extend that as well. But
Okay.
that's a little different too. But then the SUP, it's truly saying these things have to be constructed and put to use within 3 years. Well, within 1 year, but the phase 1 and phase 2, if you approve that, then it would be 3 years, but it has to be constructed and put to use. Or that part goes away. That's how it's worded.
I'm satisfied for now.
Any other questions for staff right now?
Madam Chair, just to the one on, certainly on number one. So they have provided sufficient evidence to you that the covenants have been dissolved.
That's what I guess we are not super clear on, but we're not attorneys. So that's a little bit of a question. The landowner, her signature is notarized.
I'm just trying to get.
So we're
what would
not
be
sure.
the
That's-
easiest for the
yeah.
applicant to do, whether just to.
Yeah,
admit
we
that they-
just wanted to make sure you are comfortable that you feel this has been adequately met.
Madam Chair, if you look in the back of the packet, there's a notarized affidavit.
That said it was
that's
dissolved.
with signatures.
Yeah.
From the majority of the landowners within the subdivision.
Okay, so that would be the
That's
easiest way
already
to
in
do it. So,
So that's my point, is I think that one has been met.
Well, the HOA was dissolved, but
the covenants are.
it wasn't
still
clear that the
there.
covenants are enforced. So then there was an affidavit of variance that she obtained signature from those. She just, she didn't have each of their signatures notarized, but her signature is notarized. So that's what we have.
If we were to leave condition 1 on there just for review by the county attorney to make sure that it's covered because of the way the affidavit is stated or the signatures, is that a reasonable possibility? I mean, I don't know that it'll hurt anything, but if he's uncomfortable with not having those being notarized signatures, or he doesn't feel that released it, I don't know where we are.
It's not her signature.
No.
It's the president of the.
Right, of the
of
HOA.
The recreated
Right,
HOA.
HOA, right. I just don't know
And
how that
that's the
tracks.
condition. That's why I guess I'm confused how that cannot
Yeah.
be
Oh,
interpreted as
right.
being met.
Madam Chair, but the language says in here, provide a notarized statement from the other owners. And my understanding from you is that the other landowners' signatures are not individually notarized. And
Not
that's the hiccup.
individually.
Yeah.
But I
And
think that's how
it's-
I read it. Provide a notarized statement from the other landowners. So
Or-
is the technicality, each landowner's signature is not notarized?
That is one, and Erica just reminded me that it's just not super clear.
And if I can,
Like, what covenant they were varying, I guess, or whatnot, but it does state that as this is what it says, as landowners in Chief Joseph Estates, it is granted by vote on a one-track, one-vote rule to approve and support Emily Hoffert in her effort for SUP application number 262. So They just stated that they're in support of that.
It doesn't state that the covenants have been dissolved.
No, right, definitely not. Yeah, so it just leaves, I guess, some doubt.
And my second question is, you mentioned that there's another landowner that's already has a rental. Is that in the same subdivision? Is that other rental in the same existing subdivision?
They never gave us information about a specific property, just mentioned that there were others in the area. And you are allowed to short-term rent one accessory housing unit if there's someone living long-term in the main residence. So that could also be something they were referring to. This is mostly because she wants to do all three as short-term rentals.
Okay, as we ponder those things, this is a public hearing. So I would ask if there's anyone from the public that would like to speak to this issue. And if so, I would ask you to come forward and please use the microphone at the table and identify yourself before speaking, please. Come on up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wendy Annis. We live at 20 Moccasin Trail. I was the president of the HOA when it was dissolved. So if you have any questions, I might be able to answer some of those for you. I would like to say that no other property will be impacted as greatly as ours with this SUP. And we 100% support Ms. Hoffert's endeavor.
Thank you.
Sure. Any questions about the HOA or the covenants?
I guess in my mind, my only question is, even though the HOA is dissolved, are the covenants still in place?
The covenants are in place. As I've been told by my attorney, that the covenants follow the property.
Okay.
And so while there's no one to enforce them, the covenants are there, but that's what SUP is for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this issue? Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Emily Hoffert. I'm the applicant.
Okay, and if you'd speak up, please. for the mic.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I have a bit of a cold, so I apologize. I know the covenants is a concern, and at the last public meeting, it was proposed that a condition be made on that, based on that. And so they looked at the previous bylaws for the HOA as if the covenants do exist. So in the bylaws, it states that an amendment can be made to those covenants with a majority vote, one track for one vote. And so that's what I felt like was being asked of me to do, because that's the only way I can see that you can do it. So I went ahead and did that. I got a signature from the majority of them, and it was notarized. I didn't notarize every single signature, but I don't feel like that's what was being asked. It said a statement, which I could have just had a statement that a majority vote was made, similar to the document that was filed that the HOA was dissolved. It's just a statement that it was dissolved, and there's a witness notarized and it's filed. But I felt like I went above and beyond that, and I recorded all of those signatures. It is on public record who signed those, who signed it and supported that. So I don't know what else I can do to appease you, but I felt like I completed that. So.
I think it's basically just the way the statement is written.
And I also feel like the county regulations don't, it says that they don't really enforce or have the power to enforce the covenants privately. And so I'm questioning why I'm being asked to do such.
Hopefully I can explain it this way. the covenants are recorded on particular pieces of property for a
Yeah.
reason that those landowners agree to when they buy. It would be, in my mind, a little bit weird for the county to tell somebody, yes, we'll give you a commercial permit on that lot, knowing that the covenants clearly say no commercial in that subdivision. So it's not that we enforce them, but we don't ignore them. So we'll look at them and see what's there. And
Yeah.
if there is a concern that it kind of conflicts, if we would allow a permit or do something that's against those covenants, we need to look at it a little harder. And so I
Okay.
think that's what's happening in this case. So,
Okay.
okay,
Um,
we're not picking on you particularly.
I feel like you're picking on that point because you did issue me permits.
Right.
And according to the covenants, you probably shouldn't have.
So
So,
you're saying that you do have the signatures of the landowners that are notarized on one statement, not
correct,
individually.
one notarized
Okay.
statement.
I think
Yes.
that's fine. That goes
Okay.
on the notary instead of us.
Yep.
So.
So thank you.
Oh, okay. Anyone else that would like to speak to this issue?
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Commissioner?
So Madam Chair, with your explanation, which was very true, you know for sure that as a commissioner, I'm not overly happy where we're placing short-term rentals as a highway commercial business anyway, especially in this specific instance. It's 2 miles off of the damn highway and it's in the subdivision but the point is, there's not a negative person within this subdivision of over 20 lots. There are the 2 negative comments, one of which is more negative towards the process than the specific use, and that particular person has a short-term rental themselves. The other person is 8 miles away. That's good. You just have people that are going to complain no matter what. I think that this has went above and beyond meeting all the criterias within this. My biggest concern is back on the condition of her startup. I would like to discuss how we can help somebody as opposed to shut them down and let them get started. I'm fully supportive of this SUP, but there is that understanding, and I get it, as a business owner, you want to be able to build. You don't want to have to come back every time for an amendment to an SUP. So she's trying to get it done all at once. And I think we can somehow put in the condition, I'm open for suggestions here, to allow her to start and then progressively give her a 3-year completion date. On the
I think that's what I
remaining with the matter.
understand. I
With
think that's
phase
what I
1 and 2.
understand. If she did condition 3 was phase 1, and that was the existing cabin can go ahead and get going and start on the next part. And she has 2 years to finish those other 2 cabins and septic and stuff,
Or 3 years.
or 3 years
Yeah.
total.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we don't really need to do anything.
I don't think so. Do you want to reread condition 3 and 4 just to be sure? Because those are different and we do not have them in front of us.
Perfect, yes, yes. So condition number 3, phase 1, in parentheses, operation of existing residence as a short-term rental shall be commenced within 1 year of final approval of the SUP. If this phase is not completed within 1 year of final approval, the SUP shall expire. And then condition number 4, phase, which is the construction and operation of 1 one-bedroom cabin, 1 two-bedroom cabin, and small wastewater system as short-term rentals shall be completed within 3 years of final approval of the SUP. And then if this phase is not completed within the allotted time, this phase of the SUP approval shall expire. However, phase 1, if completed, shall remain in force.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I thought would answer your question.
And that, Madam Chair, if I could, that satisfies the applicant.
I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have to complete it all
Yep.
before I could start to operate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just have one question of clarification. You just have to bear with me because I'm new to this process. So when I was reading through it, it said that signs would not be used to guide guests. Okay, so that was on, I think it was on page 23, but then on the actual application, it says that signs will be used. In her hand, like her application says she's going to use signs, but then multiple places in the document, it says it will not. And I don't know if that's a separate process. They have to, if we approve it without signs, then do they come back and have to ask for signage?
Condition 6 states that the applicant shall comply with the county sign standards.
So that covers it?
So I think so, because
Yeah.
that would cover your addressing signs and traveled way
Right.
signs.
Yep. Yeah, it wouldn't be considered an increase in intensity of the use that would require it to come back in front of you guys. It would just require an in-house
Okay,
P and Z permit. Good
Okay.
question.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I move to approve special use permit 262 Bar E. Special use permit. As presented with
With
conditions
conditions.
of staff conditions.
All the conditions. Okay.
Second,
I moved and seconded to approve the Bar E SUP number 262 with stated conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, just one. Is it typical for the county attorney to review these?
We will, but I don't know if he will
As
advise.
to form?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know that as far as that variance, that's what you're.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know that he will say, yes, this meets it or not. It may require another attorney weighing in and then him saying.
Okay. I kind
I've
of
seen it
know it
go
well.
that way before, but yeah, I do agree with you. I don't know that he will.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Motion number
60.
Wow,
Oh, for New Year.
the
Yep.
first one.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. A little behind schedule, but the next thing on our agenda, Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, with an update on our Willwood Road project. So welcome.
It's gonna kick off and I'll just pass these out.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
So today, we're just gonna give you a quick recap on the Willwood Road Improvement Project. I have Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates with us. I kind of wanted to give the public and yourself just kind of a final breakdown. As you guys know, we started this project in September 2023 with the selection of engineering associates for the design, construction engineers. And we had 2 public meetings for this project, October and February, October of 23, February 24. Completed our final design in May, basically, of 2024, and our bid and contract documents. Then at that point in time, once we kind of broke things down, got our engineer's estimate, we determined that this was gonna have to be a 2-phase project for budgeting purposes. Went out to bid, received 4 qualified bids, and awarded in May to Mountain Construction for $5,700,000 and some change there. The project overall was substantially complete November 15th, 2024. Final completion was December 10th, with just a few touch-up things here and there. And today, Cody's going to chat with you about the project, but we do have some items that we would like to have the board take action on today. The first one would be approval of the reconciliation change order, which Cody will discuss. And then the second one is to release the retainage in the amount of $147,823 $1,058.43 to Mountain Construction, which that is also pay request 7, I believe.
Correct.
And then I just kind of want to say thank you to the people that worked on the project before I hand it off to Cody, Engineering Associates, Cody Schatz, Ian Morrison, Mike Collier, Spencer Sheffield. These guys were on top of things, did a really good job for us. Mountain Construction, Kim Wilson, Mike Frost, Stuart Frost, Jerry Sticka, and many, many other people with them. And then Wilson Brothers Construction, Nick Wilson, Wes Wilson, our crew. SNL Industrial, Casey Schatz, and Kathy was their lead on this project. And Mike Robinson with Mike Robinson LLC as our paving consultant. Overall, I mean, this was kind of all local companies. It went about as good as a construction project can go. You know, you're going to find those broken drains underneath your road that have been sitting there soaking things up for the last 20 years. And you're going to find soft spots and utilities that are, you know, there's going to be conflicts. But overall, this was a single season project, which we say that a lot. And it's kind of like, it's kind of a hope more than an actual thing. So them getting it knocked out this year was pretty big for us. So with that, I'm just going to hand this over to Cody and let him chat about the details of the process.
Thank you, Ben. Madam Chair, I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, so I'll try to be quick. I want to show some stuff that I think maybe some of you guys have seen before, but maybe you haven't. Here was one of the reasons of why we did the Willwood project. This was a couple years back that overflowed. That was a 48-inch culvert, and we put a 72-inch culvert in there, and it has already overtopped this year one time. So that tells you that the water that's coming down from the Mocola Peaks are kind of, it gets peaked. We designed for 25 years and it's already hit that again. So this is the same location. After construction, we rip wrapped along the road. We put some more rip wrap armoring around this to handle when those type of floods start, when those floods happen. So that's that location. See if I can figure it out. Say next and not let me. Here was the start of the project. They had a 460 track hose. So Wilson Brothers and Mountain, like Ben was saying, did a very good job of tearing up the road. We had some conflicts with utilities that took us a little while to get through, but and all in all, it worked well. We have a pretty good video of the install of a 48-inch culvert at the beginning of the site. All right, so we've got a couple good videos that you guys can see of. They were still working around the water on the outside of it while they're putting in that 48-inch culvert. And of course, this is one of the, I think we only shut down the road, what, 4 times for the day, and then we opened it back up. Maybe this was down for like 2 days or something on that, but yeah, we try to keep the road open at all times. This was just to get by this water. I think we closed for a couple of days, so. You can see all the water that was running by as they're still working around it. So, and then of course, the paving operation, Mountain did the paving operation, and it turned out very well. If you guys haven't driven it, you should, because it rides very nice. And then we also painted it, like you said, with SNL, and that painting really helps delineate that safety. It'll help with the snow and everything else when they have to go plow it. This is hydro seed. The hydro seed got seeded right at winter time, so we'll see how the spring time, what any kind of seeding right happens. If you remember that into lane 15, that first 90-degree corner, we didn't get easement in that location, but we did. That was existing, and now here's the new. That we did add more asphalt, clean the trees out of it, made it safer, put a yield sign on it, because we know that everybody's coming from the east to the north likes to cheat the lane. So we try to get it as wide as we could in there without easement. If you recall, going down the road, going up over the hill, this was the original hill, and then we laid that back, dropped the road another 3 feet to have a better side picture there. And then as you're going towards the 45, this is the type of road that was out there that we were fixing, and you know, now is how the road looks in that location. And then to kind of in that same location, we skip some of this. Coming from the canal over to the 45s, we actually had to move power poles and everything else out of the way. The power poles were almost 10 feet into the right of way. And so this was the original where we had to take out these trees. And you'll see coming up, I won't do too much of it because I know we're running out of time, but the power poles are right next to the asphalt in this location. As you can see right there, and we had to move power poles out, like it's 7 to 10 feet in spots along this corridor here. You can see how close those power poles were originally did. And then here's after in that same location of how it widened it out, opened that up for the safety features of that. So yeah, so like Ben said, the first phase went really well, especially dealing with both Mountain and Wilson Brothers, especially after what we had to go through for the bid to get it open and everything else, but it did work out very well. Yeah, and like I said, we just come here that we got it done. The change order for that change order 1 is basically to change the contract price down. We came in under budget, $152,000 from that original contract that you guys awarded. We were over a little bit on days, but we just traded off on days for just because of the conflicts that they had with the utilities and everything else. So we didn't charge them any liquidated damages. But like I said, they came in under the contract. That was a great part of that. And then, yeah, and we got it done before this year. We thought we were gonna have to winter shut down and finish the asphalt in the spring, but I told them they were gonna have to maintain that dirt road if they didn't get it paved. So man, they paved that thing in what, less than 3 weeks. I think that 5 miles, most of it was done in 2 weeks, 5 miles. So yeah, so really good project. Looking at the next phase, we recommend that we look at getting a pipe procurement spec out there to order the piping for the irrigation and the storm drain coming up this year in 2025, because we do have that we need to get a box culvert in one of those locations, and it's a 6 by 7 foot box culvert, and I don't know how much time frame that they're going to need to make that. At one time I heard a year, but I think they're back down to 6 months, I'm hoping. And then we're going to need arch pipe and a lot of RCP pipes for irrigation. We're actually meeting with Willwood Irrigation District on Thursday to kind of go over a plan. They're really concerned on this next 5 miles. There's a lot of irrigation involved along the roadway. And we're going to meet with them knowing that we're not going to tackle anything this summer that messes with the irrigation. Looking at maybe doing something this fall type deal. So.
And that's Thursday at 1, if anybody has any interest, but it's
Yeah.
probably not real exciting.
Yeah, meeting with the Willwood Irrigation District and Engineering Associates at Engineering Associates office. So
In
just
Cody?
to go over here in Cody, you have to go over where we know we're gonna have conflicts with the irrigation and the road for the next 5 miles. So.
Sure, I guess to button it all up, I kind of wanted to say, we do going into this, we're going to tap our county road fund. As we said today, turned out to be pretty good. We accumulate about $80,000 in that. So by the time we've still got Southport phase 2 that we're gonna have to do some matching. So keeping an eye on that to make sure we have money there. But we're going ahead and get some of these things done in phase 2. I'm just real impressed with Cody and them that after I was on his side of the fence, coming in on a project this size to be no change orders, or the only change order is one to give money back. It's a pretty good thing. So yeah, we're real happy. We had very few complaints from the citizens out there and the public. So all in all, very smooth.
Thank you.
You bet.
So yeah, there would be an action then to approve the reconciliation change order and then to release the retainage, because getting that, I guess, in the minutes, then I can provide that to Mark to release that.
We've done that advertising.
Yep.
Okay.
The advertising was up at the end of December, but we wanted to make sure we've got the lien waivers from the subs. So we're ready for that.
Madam Chair, first I want to thank y'all, you guys. I mean, it was a great, it came in went together real well. It's nice when things work out. A question though, on the change order. Where's the, my math isn't working. The contract price minus the change order price does not equal the bottom line. There's about a $10,000 difference there. I'm just curious if we're going to approve it, then we need to I mean, if
I'm
you
sure that
subtract,
was me over the holidays. Let me recalculate that for you.
if the very bottom
Yes.
minus the top actually equals 161,008 and 10 cents. So
Sure.
who's pocketing the 10 grand here?
Ben, yeah,
I could be wrong, but I checked my math twice. I didn't know if there was something I'm not missing.
I know the retaining amount, right? I don't check that.
Yeah, I must have had an error in my spreadsheet.
yeah,
I
five,
will,
six,
I will
34.
make it, yeah, I better check it to make sure it's right.
5, 6, 34. Is that what you can?
But something's wrong in my spreadsheet.
That's what I've got too. Okay.
So Ken, do we need those actual numbers in here to,
In the motion.
for the motion? So is the decrease the larger amount or is the contract price higher? I mean, the ending price.
You have change
Are we
order
getting the
7,
money or are they getting the money?
or-
So I
yes,
stated right.
We keep it.
I just can't read it.
We get it, right?
Let me give you a
Coming
pay
back.
estimate.
Stays off. Yeah, we don't
Pay
pay it out.
estimate was,
I can't read that, drop my glasses today.
it's all the same.
You could borrow mine, but they're filthy.
Yeah, it comes out to 5,634,651.84.
Contract.
Still in denial. I'm good.
Wait, you're taking 5, 7,
So
8,
the
6 minus that.
decrease amount of
Makes
152,032 is correct. The
Okay,
total contract should be 5,634,651.84.
right, okay,
So it was an error on that.
Okay.
Last line.
Okay. Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
I move to approve the change order in the amount of 152,032 and 10 cents for a total contract price of 5,634,651 and 84 cents. And to release the retaining fund to the contract.
Which will be that amount, 140,
47.
whatever, plus
One-
any, plus any interest accrued.
I don't have that number in
Yeah,
front of
I
me.
don't have that.
It's 147,823.43 is the.
What he said, Hans.
I'll make it.
I will get you
Plus
those.
interest accrued. Okay.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded to approve the change order to leave the contract amount at 5,634,651.84 and to release the retainage on the project, the amount of 147,823.43 plus accrued interest. Correct? Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
All right.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks. Great job.
my parents live out there. It's way nicer.
Yeah, I've driven it a couple times. Have you been across it?
That hill is way better.
Driven it.
And that corner is way better.
I'd like to take that on my motorcycle. You bet.
Let us know. We'll call Daryl.
With your helmet on.
Yeah.
And I'll give you a catch him if you can.
Okay, moving forward, the next thing on our agenda, Jenny Kramer and Erica again. Planning and zoning, Olcott minor subdivision number 79, final plat review and special improvements.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Nate Hoffert is agent for Mighty Rock Properties LLC, who's the landowner, submitted a final plat application to request approval of the Olcott MS-79, a 4-lot minor subdivision consisting of 1 20.13 acre lot, 1 20.23 acre lot, and 2 20.21 acre lots, each for ag and residential use. They are also requesting approval of a subdivision improvements agreement. The county attorney's office approved the subdivision improvements agreement as to form on December 13th, and board approval is required as well. The subdivision is in a GR 20 zoning district, and the lot sizes proposed are consistent with that zoning district. It is located approximately 2.5 miles west-southwest of the intersection of the Belfry Highway and County Road 1AB, east of the terminus of Jack Rabbit Lane on an unaddressed parcel. It's currently undeveloped, irrigated land. Neighboring land uses are ag to the north and northwest, exempt BLM lands to the east and south, and a combination of residential and residential vacant lands to the west and southeast. Public hearing is not required for final plat review. Relevant agencies were notified and the following responses were received after your sketch plan review. The county engineer confirmed the construction plan submitted for the subdivision improvements agreement are adequate and noted that other utilities along the roadway will need to be added on the as-built drawings once the work's completed. The Park County Treasurer confirmed that 2024 property taxes are paid in full. No public comments have been received. You reviewed and approved the sketch plan on May 21st, 2024 with conditions. The applicant has provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. They've placed the appropriate notes and conditions on the final plat with regard to permitting requirements for wells and the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. Construction improvements of Yellowknife Trail and construction of a legal perimeter fence has been addressed in the subdivision improvements agreement as required. The applicant has provided a draft HOA to address maintenance of the shared improvements, including roads. The plat review committee reviewed the final plat on August 22nd. Minor changes and corrections were identified and a revised final plat was submitted on September 30th. Applicable final plat specifications have been met and the required supporting documents have been provided by the applicant. Staff recommends board approval of the final plat of Alacott MS-79 as well as the subdivision improvements agreement with the following conditions. Number one, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number two, the applicant shall record the approved subdivision improvements agreement in the office of the clerk and recorder prior to initiating the required improvements. Number three, the applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the planning and zoning department. Number four, after the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met and the applicant has been notified of such by the planning and zoning director, the applicant shall provide the final Mylar plat to the planning and zoning department to be reviewed and signed by the chairman of the board of county commissioners. And number five, once conditions 2 through 4, have been met, the applicant in the presence of a member of the planning and zoning department staff shall record all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number 6, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards and the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306. And happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? This one? Okay, this is not a public hearing, so it's the wishes of the board.
I got a question, Madam
Okay.
Chair. In your subdivision improvement agreement, Nate, are you gonna fence the perimeter of this? Madam Chair, I'd like to excuse myself from any decision and discussion because I do meet this property with grazing easements and this landlocks me and affects me.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, concerns?
We're gonna be talking.
I think I believe they've included an easement on the southeast corner.
We added easement to the final plat, southeast corner, where it meets the Chief Joseph subdivision, those two corner crossing right there. Or corner connect.
That corner crossing?
Yeah, we put in I believe 15-foot wide easement. We're gonna fence off that corner and it's easement for grazing and public access and whatever.
Oh.
If that other person would.
Nice. I'd approve it.
If the other person would come and fence their property, it will be a 15-foot wide.
Good thinking.
Let's stay at these things.
They were thinking of you. I
Did
just
that
want to
come
make
from
sure you knew
BL
that.
Did that come from BLM or did you guys just come up with
No,
that?
we just chose to do that
That's cool.
for wildlife and livestock. one other thing I might add that,
Nate, could you identify yourself for the record since you're talking, please?
Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Nate Hofford, agent for Mighty Rock Properties. The other thing I might add, when they're talking about the easements for utilities on the final plat, the power comes in already from the west and is already in place, easement in place with Beartooth Electric. The only other easement needed would be for Nemont, which their line ends at the end of Jackrabbit Lane from the west. So we would have to do an easement through two of the lots to the center point of these four lots for Nemont to come across those two lots. So that's the only thing that we haven't added to the final plat, but everything else is there
And
already.
you're planning to add that easement for Nemont?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we originally had it in the plan. We had an easement, 60-foot wide easement running the full width of all four lots. And everybody wanted to make sure we weren't trying to access from Jackrabbit Trail. So we weren't allowed to put that easement across there. We removed it to the center of the four lots. That was part of the intention. And then I forgot that we have to put an easement back in to run a phone line. But that was part of the reason for that 60-foot wide easement the whole way, was for that phone line. So.
Okay, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I guess with that, I don't have any
You're not going to abstain?
conflict.
Okay.
I don't believe.
Okay.
So I don't know why I can't weigh in as long as
Okay.
Got a motion?
somebody else thinks I should stay out of it. I'm fine.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the Olacott minor subdivision 79 final plat and SIA review with staff recommendations.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Olacott minor subdivision 79 final plat with the special improvements agreement as presented with the recommendations. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Next thing on the agenda, Jenny Kramer and Erica. Kylander simple sub number 323, final plat review.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Jeff, oh, sorry. Jeff Sheridan is applicant and landowner, submitted a final plat review application to request approval of the final plat to divide an approximately 4.14 acre parcel into one 2.04 acre lot and one 2.10 acre lot for residential and commercial use. The property is located approximately 1 mile east of Powell on the north side of County Lane 9, just east of County Road 7 in Powell. Neighboring land uses are ag and residential to the north and east, industrial to the west, and exempt Crown Hill Cemetery District land south of the proposed subdivision. The property is located within 1 mile of a municipality, Powell, therefore municipal review is required. The property is vacant, unirrigated land, and the topography shows little change in elevation. The property is in a rural residential 2 acre zoning district, and lot sizes as proposed are consistent with the zoning district. Relevant agencies were notified as required and responded as follows. TCT has the availability and capacity to provide fiber optic service for internet, phone, and TV services. MDU has natural gas service available. Park County Fire District 1 can provide fire suppression to the property. They request all access points be constructed to accommodate their fire equipment. Park County School District number 1 confirmed the subdivision is within their district boundary and bus service would be provided where the property exits onto County Lane 9. USPS can deliver mail for the new addresses and placement of mailboxes will be determined when they are ready for mail delivery. Garland Light and Power has the capacity to serve the subdivision. DEQ summarized the notification, permits, and certificates required for various activities that may impact surface or groundwater. Game and Fish has no terrestrial wildlife comments and offered their standard subdivision recommendations. Park County Treasurer confirmed that taxes have been paid in full. The proposed subdivision will not impact any shown irrigation district infrastructure. However, Lateral V is situated north of the property and the easement is 100 feet from the center line, which does cross into the property to be divided. City of Powell does not believe the proposed subdivision is within 1 mile from the Powell city limits. We've confirmed that by our buffer, it does. However, based on previous out-of-town subdivision reviews, the city would want the county road right-of-way to be extended to 80 feet. Should Lane 9 ever be developed as a collector or arterial for a greatly expanded Powell. We have a new email that Erica will give you a copy of that we just received last night from Ben Hubbard with the city of Powell. And he just confirmed that the application did not go before the city council. We believe that may be because they didn't feel it was within their mile boundary. They meet again on January 27th. But typically, he said that with an existing 60-foot right-of-way and the planner's desire is 80 foot, it is best to take an additional 10 feet from each side. Public Works reported that the subdivision has legal access from Lane 9 by direct frontage. It is a paved chip sealed surface and is maintained by Park County. A right-of-way permit application must be submitted to and approved by Public Works for any new accesses or improvements to existing accesses to the county road. And it does not appear that an access exists within the proposed 40-foot wide ingress, egress, and utility easement shown on the final plat. Any new structures or dwellings constructed may be addressed through their department once a building permit has been issued by our P&Z department. A drainage and erosion control plan will not be required at this time. The Powell-Clarks Fork Conservation District reported 2 soil types on the property. The primary soil type is rated not limited with regard to dwellings and small commercial buildings. And they're rated very limited with regard to septic tank absorption fields due to filtering capacity, slow water movement, and slope. They're not considered to be prime farmland. Park County Weed and Pest reported no noxious weed species were found, and a long-term noxious weed management plan will not be required. However, they recommend following best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. No public comments have been received. On October 16th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with conditions. The applicant has placed the appropriate notes and conditions on the final plat as required. They have provided written consent from all adjacent landowners that a perimeter fence is not necessary. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required. There are no applicable improvements proposed or incomplete. The plat review committee reviewed the final plat on December 5th, and a corrected plat was submitted on December 13th. Applicable final plat specifications have been met, and the applicant submitted supporting documents as required. Staff recommends approval of the final plat of Kylander SS-323 with the following conditions. Number 1, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number 2, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards and the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I would ask the thought process on the additional, what reads to be about 10 feet of right-of-way on the front of the lot on Lane 9, as referred to by the city of Powell for their growth. My understanding was that would be a 10-foot easement along that south boundary of that lot, just to make sure that the city of Powell is covered on their growth. Is that feasible? Do we do that in a condition on this to just make sure they add that easement, or what do you want to do?
Madam Chair, it would just be a condition to add an additional 10 feet to the very southern end of this easement.
If it's ever
for a
needed.
street.
Right.
And then it was still, they just changed that on the plat, and then we doesn't have to come back to us.
No, they just add that
Yeah.
easement.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stretch that it ever happens, but I guess does the county have a setback on buildings from property line?
20 feet from the edge of the county road right away.
I mean, technically, they're never gonna build anything there anyway, but I guess, I mean, to satisfy everybody, like this is,
Well, the
they're
question,
gonna have to steal 10 feet from everybody to the west.
Oh, yeah.
On both sides
they
of
ever
the
do
road,
this.
if they ever do this, so I don't.
yeah, my question would be, how would planning and zoning address this if that 10-foot easement is in place? And it says for future possible right of way, and they come in with a building permit and they want to put it within 20 feet of the existing lot line, are you going to ask them to go 20 feet behind that easement?
That would be the new county road right of way.
Could be.
Could be.
It won't be recorded that way as far as county road right of way. So I don't want to open a can of worms, but I want to make sure we're covered.
Mhm. Very good question. Yeah, I mean, our setback is 20 feet from the county road right of way. So if that is not technically the county road right of way, you're right, if it were, then.
So it could be that a variance could be given at that time. If that 10 feet were ever to be used, there could be a variance at that time. Sorry. I know we don't like the word variance, but if it's 5 or 10 or 20 years from now, there's no way of knowing that this will ever get used. So, okay.
Right.
All right, we'll deal with it when the time comes, just a thought process.
Okay. So so no condition you're thinking?
Well, I'm still
yeah.
thinking that we put the 10 feet on there. I'm just more worried about the
Gotcha.
building permit
But
later,
can we, Madam
Gotcha.
Chair, can we label it as a
potential right of way.
potential easement?
Additional right of way reserved for
Reserved for city.
future
Because if it ever is
use.
annexed in, I mean,
Yeah.
the city's
Yeah.
setbacks may be different. than ours,
That's
so.
true too. They'll have to deal with it at that time. What's the pleasure of the board?
You want me to take a stab at it?
Sure.
Madam Chair, I move to approve final plat, Cotlander Simple Subdivision 323 with conditions presented by staff with the addition of number 3, adding 10-foot potential public easement to the south end of the property in the final plat.
Second.
You want to condense that, Hans?
Have a motion.
You want the word potential in there? So.
Yeah.
Condition of adding 10-foot of potential easement.
Well, I think it would have to be, would it have to
It's
be
just
an easement reserved for
Reserved, yeah,
future?
reserved
Reserved
easement for
instead of
future.
potential, instead of potential reserved easement. Are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
Reserved for
Future.
Public right of way.
Public right of way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Future public right of way.
Okay, is everybody okay with the motion with those 3 conditions? Any other questions on the motion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
I don't think you have to worry about building closer to the center,
Thank you.
Okay.
right across from the center.
Commissioners, if you join me, please.
That's the master plan of transportation was put together a long time ago. Swearing today, Ken?
39 years.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank everybody. Yeah.
Because I
It's a long time. It's starting to get tired.
Send us pictures while you're traveling.
Yes, I will. I'll be happy.
And think about us while we're still
Okay.
here.
I would say okay with that.
As you may or may not know, my wife is having a retirement party for me at Brew Gardens at 5:00. That's
You're all
Overdone. Whatever those guys can afford.
Thank you, Pat.
No, thank you much. It's been really great working for Park County all these years. Been a lot of great friends here. It's just been, I've had a lot of great friends all over the state. It's been
Look on the bright side, my wife won't be able to cuss you out about property tax.
Yes.
She's the only one.
Change it over. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I'm sure I'll. Yeah, oh yeah, you might see me later. Saturday. Okay. That's free open bar.
Okay, with that, we'll be on lunch break.
1:15.
Back at 1:15 for the auditors. Kelly, are we
We
on?
have a Zoom link for the auditors.
Should probably already send it to him. Correct?
it is 1:15. Reconvene the meeting, and the first thing on our agenda is Alex Flork and Jason Lund with Carver Flork and James CPAs, the audit report presentation. And they will be on Zoom for the audit report. So Alex?
Everybody, can you hear me just fine? Good. I'll go ahead and share my screen if that works. Are you guys looking at the screen ahead of you, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see it. Is that enabled by chance?
Is that what?
It should be.
There you go. Yeah, it should come up. Okay.
Perfect. All righty. Well, yeah, thanks for having me. Glad to get through another year of this. It's always a little bit fun, and this year added a little bit of extra difficulty with the presidential election in the middle of things. So, we're always appreciative of staff, both offices of helping with the audit. We know it's not the most fun thing to get through every year. So we really appreciate cooperation and everything they do to help us get this pushed out the door by the end of the year. We did issue before the end of the year, and we met the state deadline and got that issued just in time. So, so today I'll go over the 3 reports that we issue. One is our report over the financial statements, and then the other is our report over internal control. And then we have a third one, which is our report over uniform guidance. So, and then after that, I'll kind of go over some financial highlights as well as I'm going through this. I'll walk you through the report a little bit, just because, I know it's a 60-page report. It's got a lot of accounting language in it. So hopefully I'll get through and help you kind of understand a little bit as much as possible. So jumping right to the independent auditors report. So this is our report over the financial statements with our opinion. And the opinion is just the meat and potatoes of this whole report. The first paragraph just talks about what we're opining on. And then the second paragraph is actually our opinion. So I'll just read that. So it's this paragraph here. So in our opinion, the company financial statements present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, the aggregate discretely presented component units, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the county as of and for the year end of June 30th, 2024. So in layman's terms, this is what we call a clean audit opinion. And that's obviously like the most important thing I think that you guys are striving for. That's just an indication that we didn't identify any numbers that are presented in this report that are misstated and with a material misstatement. So after that, on this report, it kind of goes over a few things. It goes over responsibilities of management. In essence, big picture, management's responsible for the financial statements. These aren't, a misconception is, oh, these are the auditor's numbers, when in fact they're not. We do make some adjustments and help in that regard, but management takes full responsibility for any balance that is in here. Then it kind of talks about what our responsibilities are as the auditor. One thing I do like to touch on is, it talks about, obviously we're required to issue that opinion, like that's our objective. And we just obtain reasonable assurance. We don't attain absolute assurance that every number is perfect. We don't have time or effort to be able to test 100% of the transactions. So we take a risk-based approach to our audit. We say, hey, where's the risky areas of this audit? And we're going to test those and focus on those. That changes every year, but, in essence, we send a lot of confirmation letters. We put hundreds of hours into us. We confirm balances directly with third parties. We'll send a confirmation letter to the bank saying, hey, management's representing they have X amount of money with you in this bank. Is that true? They'll say yes or no. We also do the same thing with some of your customers that are sending you money. Say, hey, they say they have received X amount of money from you. Does this agree with your records? Yes or no? So a lot of that type of testing is done, along with we test hundreds of other types of transactions, a lot of expenditure transactions to make sure you're going through the right approval process. and that those transactions are being recorded in accordance with your policies. So, a lot of effort and time goes into just issuing that one little paragraph that we went over earlier, which is our opinion. And then on top of that, not just our time, management spends, hundreds of hours as well, kind of complying with the requests that we have with the audit. So a little bit of background on kind of the audit there. And then it talks about some of the supplementary information that's also included in this report. Any questions on the financial statement report?
Commissioners? Nope, I think we're okay.
Okay, awesome. So kind of just scrolling through the financial statements now. Yeah, a little bit of background. So the GAAP reporting, which is the generally accepted accounting principles, which is set forth by the GASB, tell us how to present the financial statements. So essentially this statement right here is a balance sheet for the entire entity. The business type activities includes landfill, and the governmental activities, essentially everything else. You can see that there's current assets, long-term assets, current liabilities, long-term liabilities, and essentially this net position is your equity position. That statement is on a full accrual basis, and there's multiple basis of accounting, which is why these financial statements can be really confusing, even for CPAs that don't have government accounting experience. And so what I just suggest is, like, as you go through this, you can go through it later in detail if you haven't already. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to management. And then also you can reach out to us and we could probably help you answer some of the questions that you might have. Because these reports can get a little bit complex. So going forward, this is another balance sheet. And this balance sheet is essentially just the governmental funds. And as you can see, there's no long-term assets, there's no fixed assets, there's no long-term liabilities, because this financial statement is presented on a modified accrual basis. It has a different basis of accounting. This is more of the basis that you guys are budgeting. It's closer to a cash basis, but there's also some, current receivables, current payables that are also being accrued on this financial statement. The one financial statement I do like to kind of go over in terms of the financial results is on page 8. So it's the statement of revenue, expenditures, and changes in fund balances for your governmental funds. The place I kind of like to start is this net, I guess it would be net profit, or, the net change in your fund balance for the year. It was approximately $2.9 million for the year, so it was positive. But last year was $5.6 million. So the biggest change in that was, your revenue did go up from the prior year. It was $39.1 million as compared to the prior year was 34.1. That increased by $5 million. However, your expenditures did go up by $7 million. So that's why there was a decrease in the net change from the 5.6 down to 2.9 as compared to the prior year. Some of those kind of significant changes from the prior year. So if we're talking the revenue side, you use more of your ARPA money. So you had more, for about $4 million more than the prior year of ARPA recognition, is because you spent more of it during this year than you did last year. And then you also received almost $1 million more in interest, which is always awesome to see. That's kind of what we're seeing with the market. I think it's close to a 5% return, and that's just interest. So that's a pretty good return on just interest and deposits. So on the expenditure side, with the increase of the 7 million, excuse me, was you spent $4 million more of ARPA, and the wages and benefits increased by about $500,000. Nothing too crazy there. And then the general fund increased your capital outlay by about $1.1 million. So that's this section right here. These are your capital expenditures that went up as compared to the prior year. You're working on, I think that's kind of expected. You're working on more projects this year than you did in fiscal year 23. The Also, this county road construction fund spent about $700,000 more in purchases and other project service fees during the year. So I think those are kind of the major fluctuations and changes from the prior year on this statement. Any questions here?
You okay? Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Continuing down is pretty much the balance sheet now for the landfill. Oh, sorry. So here's essentially the statement of activities for the landfill for the year. Yeah, you can see the revenue was comparable to the prior year, it was about 2.3 million as well. In terms of the expenditures, those actually did increase by about $500,000. The biggest piece was due to these professional fees. That was just an increase in the various improvement projects that you're working on at the landfill. So I think that was kind of expected and budgeted. So I think nothing too out of the ordinary or something that wasn't expected. They did receive, a little bit of transfer money from the general fund, about $100,000. And then they also received about $200,000 of interest income. Excuse me. Yeah, so that's essentially what we call the basic financial statements. Going forward for the rest of this financial statement, I'll kind of just walk you through. After this, it talks about some of the notes to the financial statements. It kind of gives background on, oh, here's a summary of the accounting policies. Here's the financial reporting entity. A lot of good background information. However, like I said earlier, there's a lot of accounting like accounting language in here. So if you do have questions, feel free to reach out. It also gives a lot of good detail and background and information on some of the balance sheet items that we went over earlier. So for example, if you go to some of your capital assets here, you can see for governmental activities, here are the beginning balances of capital assets, the increases, the decreases, and your ending balances as of the end of the fiscal year and by asset type. So it's kind of a good, what we call roll forward, kind of to see, oh yeah, you spent this much essentially on new construction in progress. Here's additions to these buildings and equipment, infrastructure, and so forth. So it just provides a little bit more background and detail to just the plain balances that are on the balance sheet. And that's essentially what are going to be included in the notes. It gives background on your participation in the Wyoming retirement system. So a lot of good information here. After that, we have supplemental information. One thing I do like to focus on is this budget to actual report. You can see that you had budgeted for the fiscal year about 28.6 million in revenue, and you received more than you had budgeted by about 5.3 million. And you had budgeted 33.8, and you had only spent the 30 million, which is underneath your budget constraints. So that's always good to see as well, that you're kind of in line with your budget policy and your budget constraints each year. Going forward, this is just the budget to actual on the county road construction fund, the ARPA grant, a little bit of background information on the Wyoming retirement system, schedules for the last 10 years, just as comparison. We also have, detailed information on the 5 component units that wrap up into the county financial statements, and then also their activity for the year. And then this schedule right here is always an important schedule. It's called the Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards. This is what you guys have spent with federal funding during the year. And maybe you already know this, but if you spend more than 750,000, you are subject to what's called a single audit, or an audit in accordance with uniform guidance. And you can see you are well over that by about $6 million. And we are required to test compliance on your major programs. So the only major program that we tested during the year was your Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, which is this ALN federal identification number of 21.032. And we actually do issue an opinion over compliance, which I'll go over a little bit later here in a sec. So here's some of the other reports that we do issue. This is the report over internal controls. So one other misconception is, we are expressing an opinion over your internal controls, saying, hey, here's your controls, and do they operate effectively? That is not something that we do, but because this audit is in accordance with government auditing standards, we are required to analyze and understand the controls that you do have in place for designing and performing our procedures in accordance with the audit, but we don't issue an opinion whether they're operating effectively or not. However, if we do identify deficiencies that we consider to be significant or material to the financial statements, we are required to report those. And in the current year, which I'm sure management's happy to report here, that there were no findings over the internal controls over financial statements, over the financial reporting. So that's always great. So always something that you're kind of striving to get. And I know there's been findings in the past, and I know we discuss things in terms of we always have deficiencies that we can sometimes call best practice recommendations that might not show up on here, which we have done in the current year too. So there's always better ways, or there's improvements that you can make each year that we don't consider significant. So those are just going to be discussed verbally with management. And so that's always ongoing continual improvement that we're expecting from management. And then the last report here is the report over compliance with your major federal programs. And we, like I said earlier, we do issue an opinion over this. And so the second paragraph is, in our opinion, the county did comply in all material respects with the compliance requirements associated with this major federal program, which was the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. We also look at the controls in place over that fund, and we do issue an opinion whether those are operating effectively, and we did not have any findings over that as well. So, all in all, just kind of walking you through, this is a summary essentially of the audit results. And you can see we issued an unmodified opinion. There was no findings over your financial statements. And then specifically over your federal awards, we didn't have any material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or compliance issues noted during our testing. And if there were any findings, that would be kind of documented here. So, this doesn't happen a lot in terms of findings that you have none reported during the year. So, just want to give kudos to management. They're taking their job serious, and they're always striving to make improvements. And so, I think that's something that should be recognized, because, there's a lot of transactions, there's a lot of stuff that's going on that you need to be in compliance with. And so that's not, an easy feat to get each year. So any questions? That's essentially the report here. Any questions on this report, the financial report?
Madam Chair, Alex, you had on other audit findings or issues on the Park and Rec Board, the segregation of duties with the treasurer performing the monthly reconciliations. What would be the problem with that, and how can we solve that?
Yeah, so that was a good segue. So after that, we do issue, this is, we call it the governance letter. So the governance letter is just to you and to management. It's nothing that's issued externally from your organization. And we just kind of talk about how the audit went. One thing to note is, we had a little bit of difficulty getting documents from the Public Works Department this year. And so we just wanted to make you aware, like nothing too crazy, because we were able to still submit the audit report on time, but it did kind of delay some of the audit. And it was kind of at the 11th hour that we got some of these documents from them. So just something to point out to you, there were some difficulties in getting documents from that department. That's kind of what I wanted to point out there. And then also there was a couple other little issues we don't consider significant deficiencies we want you to be aware of. One thing was just with the inventory count for Public Works Department, as well as, sometimes that count wasn't being performed on June 30th, but it was performed at a later date. And all we recommend is, do that count as quick as you can or as close as you can to the fiscal year end date, because those can change depending on, because we're relying on those reports to be able to evaluate and value the inventory that you have on hand at the end of the year, and it's going on as an asset onto your books. So just a little improvement is do it a little bit closer to year end versus at a later date. And then on the parks question that you had, this is a very common finding with small organizations. And what happens is that there's just not enough staff to separate duties. So there's individuals that have access to, in most cases, like they have access to the bank, right? And they're a signer on the bank account, and they're also making entries into the accounting system. And I think they're utilizing QuickBooks as their accounting system. So that is segregation of duties is the most important, control activity to prevent misstatement and fraud. So this isn't saying that we identified fraud or large misstatements. It's just saying, hey, you as the board that has some sort of responsibility over this organization should be aware that there's limited staff there, and the segregation of duty activity that we recommend, that there's separation. And we understand that's not reasonable to hire all these people because it's going to be really expensive for you, and maybe you don't have the funds to do that. So all we do is recommend that you implement what we call mitigating control. So can you have somebody do that's a person that's not involved in bank reconciliations or making entries into the GL review the bank reconciliation? That could be a third-party accountant or somebody to be able to help reduce that risk of misstatement. And yeah, I don't know all of the processes and details that they have in place right now, but I do know that there are individuals that are doing both things. They have access to the bank, and they're also making entries into the system. They're doing the reconciliations. They wear a lot of hats. And so that's the genesis of this, is it happens a lot with these small organizations, but you should be aware that there is increased risk of misstatement is all.
That answer your questions? Okay. Any other questions at this time? I think we're good.
Okay.
So,
awesome. Hey, thanks for having me.
all right, appreciate it. And thank
Yeah.
you for the work.
Thank
And
you.
kudos to our staff.
Yeah.
Steve, Barb, Colleen. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Take care, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Alex.
Next on our agenda, where they are. Are they outside? Thanks, Steve. Okay, next on our agenda, Jenny Kramer and Erica, Park County Planning and Zoning staff. Bar Lazy YY Simple Subdivision 325 Final Plat Review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and Eric is giving you an updated final plat. Rusty just added 2 easements, 2 little utility electric easements that if you have questions at the end here, he can answer to it better than I, but we wanted to get that to you since it was a last minute change.
Okay.
All right, in the summary of findings, Rusty Blau with Morrison Merrily, on behalf of Dan Oshner, who's the manager of Bar Lazy YY LLC, the landowner, submitted a final plat review application to request approval to create 1 4.72 acre lot and 1 7.56 acre lot for residential use from a 70.72 acre parcel, resulting in a 58.44 acre remainder parcel. The subdivision is a simple subdivision. The southern and northeastern edges of the property are adjacent to the town of Meeteetse, and the subdivision is located on the east side of State Highway 290, which is also known as Pitchfork Road, with an address of 102 Pitchfork Road, Meeteetse. Neighboring land uses are largely ag and residential, with one commercial parcel to the north and exempt state of Wyoming lands to the south. The Gould SS 218 is north of the proposed subdivision. It is located obviously adjacent to Meeteetse, therefore municipal review is required. Proposed lot 1 is developed with a permitted residence and septic system and an unpermitted livestock shelter. Proposed lot 2 is vacant, unirrigated land. The topography varies from relatively flat on the western part of the subdivision near the highway to steep slopes on the eastern portion. It is in the general rural Meeteetse zoning district, and the lot sizes as proposed are consistent. Relevant agencies were notified as required and responded as follows. YDOT stated the applicant will need to apply for a new residential access permit. Black Hills Energy has capacity at this time to provide natural gas. Grable Valley Irrigation District has no issues with the subdivision as there is no stored water attached to the parcel. The Meeteetse Fire Department can provide emergency fire services. Park County School District number 16 will provide a bus stop to accommodate the subdivision lots. USPS stated mail delivery will be available and placement of mailboxes will be determined when residents are ready for delivery. TCT has the availability and capacity to provide internet and phone service to the subdivision. Park County Weed and Pest inspected the property and a long-term noxious weed management plan will be required. DEQ summarized the notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities that may impact surface or groundwater. Park County Treasurer confirmed the property taxes are paid current. Game and Fish has no terrestrial wildlife comments for the project and offered their standard subdivision recommendations. The Meeteetse Local Planning Area Advisory Committee reviewed the proposed subdivision and recommends approval. Bighorn Rural Electric Association will be able to provide service. The Meeteetse Town Council approved the Bar Lazy YY Lot 2 water tap. However, the tap in cannot be installed until annexation of the property is completed if the new lot owner chooses to annex. The Meeteetse Conservation District provided a soils report. The primary soil types are rated not limited, and the other one very limited with regard to dwellings with or without basements and small commercial buildings. Those limitations are due to slope, depth to soft bedrock, and shrink swell. They are rated somewhat limited and very limited with regard to septic tank absorption fields. Those limitations are due to slow water movement, filtering capacity, seepage, and slope. Park County Public Works reported that the property has legal access from Wyoming State Highway 290 by direct frontage, and YDOT has that jurisdiction. No new subdivision roads are being proposed at this time. The existing residence on proposed lot 1 has an existing address of 102 Pitchfork Road. Any new structures or dwellings for the proposed lots may be addressed with the submittal of a request for address form to Public Works, and once a building permit has been issued by the P&Z office. No public comments have been received. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the sketch plan, subject to conditions on November 20th. The applicant has placed the appropriate notes and conditions on the final plat as required. And the plat review committee reviewed the final plat on December 20th, and a corrected plat was submitted on January 2nd. Applicable final plat specifications have been met, and the applicant submitted supporting documents as required, with the exception of a subdivision improvements agreement if that becomes necessary. That would only be necessary if written consent is not obtained from all adjacent landowners, that a legal perimeter fence is not necessary for the subdivision. The applicant is currently in communication with YDOT. They are an adjacent landowner. They actually own the highway land. And it looks like they're going to obtain consent, but that's still in the works. So, but if an SIA is required, then they would need to come back for your approval of that SIA. And staff recommends approval of the final plat of Bar Lazy YY SS-325 with the following conditions. Number 1, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall provide an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to the Planning and Zoning Department for recording with the final plat. Number 2, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall provide evidence of an existing legal perimeter fence as prescribed by Wyoming Statute 11-28-102 2, written consent from all adjacent landowners or perimeter fence is not necessary. Or 3, plans to construct a perimeter fence is required by statute and in accordance with Wyoming statute 18-5-306A13. Number 3, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall submit a completed affidavit of subdivider's compliance with Wyoming statute 18-5-319 to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number 4, if applicable, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements, for example, fencing, for review by staff, approval as to form by the county attorney, and approval of the board. Upon approval, the applicant shall record the approved SIA in the office of the county clerk and recorder. Number 5, upon fulfillment of conditions 1 through 4, the applicant in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number 6, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for staff? Commissioners, what do you want to do? And we've added just the 2 easements at the top.
Yes.
Madam Chair, so the main condition that we're still waiting on is the fencing approval from YDOT and what was the ETA on that?
Any moment now. We were in touch.
Just yesterday.
Yeah. Yes, and it sounds like they are. They wanted to add a little bit of language in there, not really changing anything. They just didn't want a future lot owner to read the document and think that a fence is not, they don't think a fence is necessary at all and would want to remove the highway fence. So they wanted to add language that
Protects.
yeah, that would protect that existing fence. Which
It's an interesting scenario. We did find out though that they do own the land because the way the statute's written with ownership. Okay.
right,
Okay.
yes.
Commissioner Stewart?
Madam Chair, the fencing issue to me is non-existent issue as far as that right-of-way fence, because you can't remove it legally by state statute. You cannot remove that right-of-way fence.
That might be true, but it's probably a conflicting thing in these 2 laws that the legislature's put out there now with the request on the subdivision side, plus them saying that you don't need to fence it, but yet that fence has to stay. I mean, I can understand the quandary, but yeah, it would be interesting. I don't want anybody to run that test.
Right.
Well, I think, Madam Chair, I think we've already violated that statute on one other issue, one other subdivision
How so?
out on Willwood, where we didn't make them fence because of the big ditch and.
That's a county road, though, not a
Right.
YDOT issue. Yeah.
Right. I understand that, but
Anything else? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Barlazy simple subdivision 325 final plat review with conditions recommended by staff.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Barlazy YYS 325 with conditions. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Resolution number 2, 4, what's the 4?
starting out quick.
Thank you. Take care. Where is the?
Madam Chair, do you have any other business that isn't on the agenda?
No.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second to adjourn.
Oh, hey, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was just consulting with Colleen. In the Olcott final plat and SIA approval, I neglected to remind you that it's supposed to be a separate motion. Can we do that now? It's still one resolution.
Okay, so we approved the Olcott minor subdivision number 79 final plat and the SIA review. Our motion was to approve the final plat with the conditions as recommended. So we could probably do a secondary motion right now to approve the SIA to go with the Olcott subdivision.
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
We moved and seconded to approve the SIA with the Olcott minor sub number 79. Any further discussion on the motion? Yes, sir.
I have discussion. Where is this as subdivision improvement agreement? Is it in the packet?
Yes,
It
I
is.
think it should have been.
Yeah,
Which you read.
I think it was. We went.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the motion to approve the SIA? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion
Thanks
passes.
for the extra work, Jenny.
Thanks,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
I
just
know.
question,
Good throwing
Didn't
around.
Mangold make that motion? I thought you mentioned this already.
I thought I had both of them in there.
Maybe, but I think we're supposed.
My
I think
notes are
it's supposed
short.
to be
Anne's would have the official
two
motion.
separate
Oh, no.
motions,
They
yeah.
want two
Well,
separate
tell us
motions.
that ahead of time.
I know.
Oh,
I was drinking at
I
lunchtime.
tried, but you wouldn't let me though.
I think we used to do it all as one.
We did.
I don't see it in the, in the packet.
In the,
Yeah, so we've started to try to remember to approve the final plat, then approve the SIA.
Jenny, it's not
I wonder
in.
if it should be like two separate agenda items then, two separate.
There's no
actions.
subdivision improvement agreement in the packet.
There was.
there's Skylander.
If it is, I've not seen it. It should be at the end, correct?
Just a second.
I just have issue approving an agreement that we haven't even reviewed. That was
We,
where I
we
was
talked
going
about
with
it, but I don't know that we. Let me find it.
that. I guess as long as they have one that satisfies them.
Yeah, here's all the codes.
If you're approving it, you should be reviewing it.
I'm tired. of it. I mean, the whole subdivision improvement agreement, I mean, who are we to like it or not? I guess where are we going with this improvement agreement? It's kind of like a covenants. In my opinion,
True.
to what extent are we gonna say it's okay or not?
I think the decision somewhat, maybe I'm wrong on how I understand this, but.
As
so-
long
and
as
I
they
don't see
have
it here either.
something.
Okay.
Well, yes, and there's a difference in the agreements, I guess, and something that may come into question, like if they're going to bond it instead of build it. Is that bond sufficient enough, or do we believe that that's gonna cover the work that has to happen? Because if they walk, we have to do it. That type of thing. So that's part of a subdivision improvements agreement that I worry about, is the making it get done. Underneath the funds if the developer.
Just a discussion.
Yeah, it's only.
So that's my only thought process on this, is it's our responsibility if we approve that subdivision plat. And it's not that we have to do it.
Well, moving forward, I just think if we're gonna
Oh, yeah,
approve
we
this,
should
we
have
need to
parentheses
view
out there. I'm not talking
No, I
about
agree.
maybe.
what is this.
But it might actually be better to have it as a separate agenda item.
You're gonna hit your.
And that way it's a good reminder to both people.
Okay, so
You're gonna shoot adjourn and then come back to the work session.
Okay. Thank you.
so I do
How
have
you
a
guys-
motion to adjourn. Those in favor?
Aye.
Lloyd made the motion.
Lloyd beat him to it.